What a thought. Yeah, what do you think?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. I was wasn't the greatest documentary I've ever seen in my whole life, but it was enjoyable. What did you think? What did you?
I think it's interesting the bond that people start to have with their animals and how it can be shown in these different competitions. And I find it interesting, like the people who are like, we would never eat our animals. Like, I would just see them as foreign to them. And some of the other people would. And that there was a like a front runner for winning these competitions. I found that interesting as well. It was okay. That's the worst thing I've ever. Better than Pet Cemetery. But still not hands on a hard body.
Not hands on a whole lot of yeah. I think hands on a hard body was this one. It was still. I still liked it. I like the look of all the chicken. Like the shaggy like the really fluffy like white balls. I like how they got another colors. Those chickens look very cool. It was interesting seeing the backstory of the people that raised the chickens. And the singer guy who like started mixing the 1960s with the theater thing. I thought he was pretty funny. And yeah, it's basically like the dog chicken.
Exactly. There's some issues that I have with those dog shows. Not that I don't love dogs or I think dogs are cool, but the over obsession with pure breeds and then what occurs is like um, the damage to the animal where they can't breathe well, or to the breed more so. They can't breathe well, they don't reproduce. You can over protect some stuff. It didn't seem like that was being done too much in the chicken world yet, but if that blew up, it would. And I also respect. There's a thing. There was like a movement that happened, like maybe I don't know, the last 20 years of um, I think they're called urban coop. Basically, you can have chickens in a um, urban area, and you can in Irvine, but in some areas of Los Angeles County you can. And so there were some celebrities who I learned of, Joe Rogan being one of them, who would keep a coop. He was in Ventura County, but still close enough. And how they bond with these chickens. They say hi to them every day. They feed them all the time. Um, they don't want to kill them. They let them reproduce. Well, I shouldn't even say reproduce, just lay eggs or whatever. And there's like a certainly a bond, and that's something that I always thought if I ever had a piece of property, I would like to do have fresh eggs, perhaps if that was of importance to me. And it seems like these people took it to another level of like having perfect animals, perfect chickens. And I like the different looks of the bird. Um, Chickens can be ferocious. Yeah, I mean they're small, but they're like linked. I mean, I guess we all are, but evolutionarily to dinosaurs, and they are can be quite dog-like, they can be loyal, and you can see almost like emotion out of them. And yeah, I thought it was interesting. There's not more to it that I had of that documentary. I can say it didn't speak to me like, oh, I have to go out and get a chicken coop now or anything like that. But the process was interesting too. I think at least in the United States, I'm not sure, but there's like an organization called 4-H where people raise animals and basically have them up there on uh, on display for judging and such. And this seemed to be that, but like the playoffs of that. Like basically, this was like a national thing, and just just interesting to see the dynamics that people have with him. And I always think that's interesting.
Oh yeah, was national competition and even here just with some documentaries, documentaries kicking contest or those like with now, you know, I think conventions based on there's like so much stuff in this stuff. Again, I really like the at all. And then also, I feel like chickens, they're saying like dogs, and I guess like that as much as a dog, whatever. And the chickens in that contest seem to be really loving and friendly. I think most chickens are. I guess it's kind of dogs, so it's not just that they're ugly, it's not that they're not friendly at all. I would, I've contemplated hypothetical differences in that, but I don't know. I think it would be like at least not what how you have to deal and then you kind of if you don't have chicken or something, maybe you have eggs, then that's kind of perfect. I know someone I've been to their house and I've seen them running around and they take up a lot of space and then she just has a surplus of eggs and she does the eggs stuff. I think you have to put on food. I don't like the fact that like these people are trying to break into the house with chicken just sitting on the couch. I feel like you can't really train a chicken to stuff. They're like a little chicken right now, but just in the run around the house, chicken bites are great for either side of it.
I I agree. I think yeah. I don't think it's part of with them either. I think that there could be, or I don't know. I know people make chicken coop. That's been a thing for like hundreds of years, but they get so nasty that it's almost like it just seems to me like absolutely disgusting. That I would want to instead of having to clean one of those out, just burn that thing when it's done, and then just buy another. Or I mean, not burn one perhaps, but somehow have it. Uh, I don't want to have anything to do with that thing anymore. It just seems like it would get so nasty. So I was thinking, like, what if you created one using uh, ecologically, environmentally friendly products? I think you could do this. What have I seen this in? Hemp. Um, so a major issue is like hemp. Um, there are major issues like with plastic waste, obviously, and they make hemp plastic bottles. Like you can make plastic out of other things than petroleum, and some organic materials included in that, and hemp is one of them. And the issue with these hemp plastic bottles is they work really well. They're just like a normal plastic bottle, and this is it's not a problem. It's what it's supposed to do. After I think 6 months or a year, the bottle starts to deteriorate purposefully, so that it basically goes back into the ecosystem. So I was thinking if you created a hemp plastic chicken coop that you could just buy on Amazon, set it up. Maybe you have to add the heat lights or heat lamping things or whatever. Um, and you have like a piece of property. You just set this thing up every 6 months to a year, and basically the thing would just biodegrade on its own. And you have your chicken. I just want to get away from the cleaning of the chickens. That's disgusting. So you basically have your chickens who are they go in their biodegradable food, and that thing is good for like let's say a year. You could get it for a year. Okay, and then after a year, you buy another one on Amazon. You could even have it just shipped to you with like on schedule, and then you just have the chickens go to the new coop. They do their thing. The old coop just basically just biodegrades on your property. You don't have to burn it. You don't have to get rid of it. It just goes away after like 2 or 3 years, and then you just keep buying these coops, and then you never have to clean them out. What are your thoughts?
From a funny idea, that I don't know enough memories. I guess but I feel like you have to clean the chicken coop probably, I'm assuming, more than once per year, because I'm assuming there'd be kids that's piling up all the time. Like with hamsters, you gotta clean them like for a single hamster like once a week or twice or every 2 weeks or something. So I imagine if you have 15 chickens around, like you're gonna have to clean it up. And maybe the price of chicken was like biodegrading, so minimal that you could just go and I just but yeah, I don't. I was also thinking as we were talking about this, that like I would have to get like cleaning stuff, like when I would have to go to washing system already in it. I'm sure that's possible with enough money to do it. Yeah, I don't know how we're lifting or moving with, and I don't. If it's anything like a hamster, I have like a little plastic stuff. And it's not that it's not a burden to clean up. I think maybe like what I would imagine if this is sort of like people shit on like wood and it's just baked in like the wood and you have to scrub it out for an hour. And I imagine it's sort of like that thing where it's clean up and you can just pretty easily like sweep up the next thing, replace it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it still sounds disgusting, and yeah, it's like the seagull thing. It's gonna be everywhere. So there are perhaps different ways to do this. You could maybe somehow train chickens to not use the restroom in their own poop, but that seems like somebody would have tried that already and figured it out. Perhaps there's some kind of pharmaceutical that could be used where they, for whatever reason, don't want to use the restroom within a closed environment. There's just something within the pharmaceutical that makes them want to go in an open area. Um, that's certainly an option. There's the I've seen these things. Um, okay, so like you're talking about with a hamster or something, that usually has like a metal grate with like bedding, and then you clean the bedding, but you'd still have to spray the grate down and such. And that doesn't seem like that big of a work. But if they're going to the bathroom and the coop, that whole thing inside is just going to be filled over the course of time with poop. Um, you could always pay someone to do it, but then it's like, okay, these are the most expensive eggs that you've ever had because you're basically literally have to have like a farm to do it. I was thinking uh, along the same lines like a robot that could do it. Um, okay, so imagine exactly. Imagine just a pure stainless steel box that you could just when the chickens are in the yard or whatever, you could just spray it down, or it could just spray itself down. That it just has like a almost like a car wash system inside, like a it just sprays itself, and then there's the self cleaning chicken coop, and then the chickens go in there and they enjoy, and that to me probably is more of a sustainable option than something that biodegrades every so often or whatever. You're going to run into issues with that though, that it would have to be temperature controlled. Like you can't have these chickens baking in this box. Um, but if it's shaded or whatever, and there's proper ventilation, I think that you could make that kind of system happen. Like, okay, imagine like a how you could do this out of a container, like a shipping. That's a little big. You wouldn't need something that big, but maybe you cut the shipping container in half, and then just close off the other half, and then it's just got like a power washing system inside, and it's climate controlled, and the chickens get to enjoy it, and it's just this little. I still think that's probably too big. I'm trying to probably be too environmentally cautious there. You just have a box. I think probably is the best way, depending on how many chickens you want. Usually people have like 12 or perhaps as many as 24 or whatever. Um, and then the box just like you could even get this thing to be fully, I think, fully automated, where every day the door of the box just opens up, and the chickens know when that happens. They go outside, they eat bugs and stuff in the yard or whatever, and then um, when they want, they go back in at night. It makes sure that all the chickens come back in or whatever. There could be a sensor on it. So, I don't know. You could really get this thing to be pretty advanced. Now, how expensive is it going to be? I think you probably could make this box with some systems on it. Nothing too uh, advanced, or probably between like $5,000 and $10,000. Is it going to be worth it for the price of eggs? No, but there's something to having farm fresh eggs delivered whenever you want, and the bond that you're going to build with these animals. So I don't know. What do you think of the box?
Self-cleaning or robot system. I mean, 5,000, I think, is like the price roughly of just the food value is my favorite stuff. And back to that, like Joe was and maybe probably closer to 10,000 for the auto cleaning one. That's my guess. I don't know. I don't know much of a hassle it is between people are just like taking stamps away and then just sweeping out the bedding or something. There's filters like that, definitely like bedding stuff, dropping on the woods directly. Can be too bad to clean it up. But I really have no idea how big of a problem that is. It does, even if it wasn't, even if it wasn't like an automated system, would people that maybe there'd be like costs or something like this, and they have to sacrifice itself, or like a hot thing, maybe there could be a software protection laser system built in.
As I understand, you don't want to have like a rooster when you have that kind of setup, because you want the hen laying eggs. So you want the egg to be unfertilized. You only bring a cock around, a rooster around when you want more chickens. As I understand. Um, but yeah, okay. So they have these restrooms now. They have them in some beach cities, at least in Southern California. But I think they first started in Europe, where every time you use the restroom, it just like shuts down a box and sprays it all out, and like basically sanitizes the restroom every single time you use. And I'm thinking a system like that could work. Um, there are a lot of. That's what I'm saying. Well, they've installed them in some beach cities in Southern California. I know that. The issue that we encounter people living in them, or like they're supposed to have alarms on them and have people eventually have to leave or whatever. They play music and then there's an alarm. Um, but what we're talking about is just basically the making this type of system hygienic. And I don't understand why you couldn't connect a hose to a box and a metal box and have that box have a little motor on it that has um, like heat lamp and like perhaps some type of like ventilation, and then just have it once a day. It can't turn on if the bird is inside, and it's almost like and like I'm sure you could make it so it's got cameras in there so that you can see what's going on inside. Um, I know adding all this technology increases the price, but I'm thinking you could get this at $10,000, and that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, no, and yeah, for like a small, it's not that complicated to protect them. It's literally a hose sprayer, and I don't know if the chickens are required to have like bedding that needs to be replaced. But even if it did, I'm sure like some scraper thing, like a windshield wiper, some little sprayer thing that sprays new bedding. Like, it seems pretty basic. It might actually exist already, and we don't know about it.
Um, they make these little balls for chickens that I think are cool. So you were talking about
Yeah,
the
those
issue
are awesome.
the issue with like I mean hawks. I think a big one, at least where I'm, are coyotes. Coyotes are the ones that killed Joe Rogan's chicken coop, and we have them. And, I think they're in like every state in the United States, and so I'm sure they're in Canada. And you basically could have the chickens. You could ensure that they're in some kind of ball, even if you have to put them in there, so that they're protected. The thing is, you might have to clean out the balls, but that's okay. That seems like it could be a small enough thing that wouldn't even
No,
necessarily.
those balls are made of like wire, wires. So if you're in like the sun, and maybe it gets baked into like the wire, and then it's like metal wire spears. You have to scrub them down. But maybe you could power wash.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I'm in agreement there. But that would protect them when they're in the yard, and the issue would arise though that you got to get them out of there. I mean, this is all like, hey, how do you want to? We've spent like 200 years with the Industrial Revolution, so people don't have to be farmers. But then, like, how do you go back to being a farmer? That's a lot of time. Like, I, I'm not sure that many people want to do this, but I could see that it might be something that somebody wants to do, and so um, you have a box and you have the birds in there, and it cleans itself, and then perhaps you have like a little greenhouse that it has chicken wire so that stuff can't get in from the outside, and it's self-sustaining. I could see that happening.
It's kind of like a glamping or something.
Exactly.
And I
Exactly.
feel like they're doing the thing of like, oh, it's just like you're rich, and so you think through automated luxury chicken thing where you don't have to do any work at all. People have two families and actually too much because you just paid your way out of doing anything.
Um, I could see it like for a community. Um, like we have community gardens. I'm sure you guys have stuff like that. Where not every single person necessarily needs their own, but perhaps like a small neighborhood could have the chicken coop. Now I understand you're gonna run into issues with, hey, he took my egg or she took my egg or whatever. I get that, but
Yeah, you
maybe
could have like a long shot of the farm
yeah, um,
and be distributed.
yeah. Now there's the issue with the getting the egg. As I understand, you have to. I mean, as I've always seen it, you go in and then you stick your hand in under the chicken because they incubate, and so maybe. Oh, I've seen that system automated though. Now that's in an industrial setting, but basically when the egg is laid, it goes down like a little ramp that keeps it protected, and then so I bet you could do that. Like I bet you could do that for a little box. Just have little sitting quarters for each of the animals. They're all perhaps stainless steel or maybe really hard plastic that take a really intense cleaning. And then when the chicken lays the egg, it comes down some type of ramp, and then each person or each household gets like has their like section of free eggs.
Now, direct pneumatic tubes connected to each house.
You know that's what I think is the future of delivery.
Oh yeah. I wonder, like, in the movie Up, when he goes down and pneumatic tubes there, and they're just like suction sending every parcel. Is that actually real? You think in the mailroom? Is that how they work?
I mean, I used it in a bank, and I mean, we would send things that weren't just paper. We would send a pen, IDs. So long as it's not that heavy, yeah. The bigger the machine, the bigger the tube, and more force, you could send anything theoretically.
But I wouldn't do it in a bank.
Like every bank in the United States has had one for 40 years.
Yeah, I've never seen suction funding thing.
You've never seen the pneumatic? They don't have pneumatic tubes in banks in Canada.
Is it inside the bank or is it like outside the bank?
It's both. So you have a teller who is in the drive-through window and uses a microphone to talk to people in the drive-through. And I mean, I used to do this. You welcome the person. They put in their check to get cash, their ID. There's a pen in the pneumatic tube container. They put it through in this little suction tube. It sucks up from the outside into the inside. It drops in this little box. You open up the box where the tube is. You look and see what they want to do. Usually, at least in the financial institution where I was, you didn't do really complicated. Um, you wouldn't do really complicated things in the drive. This was usually just, hey, I need $100 or whatever, withdrawals and deposits and such. Um, and then people would cash their check. You would put the money in an envelope, um, maybe with an invoice or a receipt, just depending whatever it was going to be. And then they would sometimes have to sign it. And then you send them the money, and we had a thing that if somebody drove away with the pneumatic tube container, um, they would get like it would be charged in their account. They would get charged, I think like $50 or something. But they usually always brought them back because we needed those things. And we had extra ones in case anybody. But yeah, this has been like a thing my whole life.
Do you work? Yeah, go to the bank.
Yeah, when I was 18 years old, 18 to
Oh, didn't know that. Didn't know that. So you're straight up dealing with the pneumatic tubes in your drive.
Absolutely. That's why I'm such a big fan of pneumatic tubes. They work beautifully. Stuff didn't get stuck. They worked really consistently, and they were really quick. They allowed people to drive their car in, cash a check for $1,000. All they had to do is put their ID in, and even today they didn't even have to do their ID. Um, and then it just sucks through. It's a little loud, but nothing super loud. Like it might sound like for like maybe 5 seconds it sounds like a vacuum, and not even a super loud vacuum, but it just sucks through. The thing comes down, boom. You open it up, and then do whatever they need. I mean, this is not a thing in Canada. You don't have pneumatic tubes in your financial institutions with the drive-through.
Uh, no, I've only been with bank drive-throughs. It's kind of a strange thing, the bank drive-throughs. Because here they're basically this ATM that you drive your car right next to it. There's no pneumatic tube in the ones that I've seen.
Yeah,
They might exist somewhere, but
yeah, that's a good point.
with yours, it seems like why would you just go inside if you needed to send your ID and stuff? Like, don't you have to tell the banking person what you want?
Yep,
Like,
yep. There's a microphone, and
okay.
there's a camera, and it's just about speed. Hey, I don't want to have to go and wait in line inside the bank. I might have to wait a little while. The drive-through is open. I don't have to get out of my car. Um, the United States is very car-centric, and Southern California in particular. You don't see these as much anymore because they have invented that ATM that will cash checks for you. So this is basically, in many ways, uh, made this type of necessity obsolete. But I still see it, uh, and it's still a thing. So
Yeah, I wish I could. There's one pneumatic tube to interact with society.
I agree with you. It was really fun. So at least the drive-throughs that I would run, I didn't so much like to do the drive-through. There were some tellers who absolutely loved it. I didn't. I like to be with the people. But those type of transactions are a lot of times much more complicated. But that's okay. Um, the 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 drive-through was always seen as a place where fraud could happen easier because people were in their car, they could kind of try to keep their face covered and things. But we didn't really run into it all that much. Anyway, um, there was there were like 3 or 4 lanes, depending on the branch. Uh, the one closest to the glass window, uh, many times did not even have a pneumatic tube. It was just literally like a drawer that you could pass things in between the building and the outside. Then there was a second lane that had the pneumatic tube, a third lane that had the pneumatic tube, and then a fourth lane that usually was an ATM or something. And yeah, that was extremely common. And people would be, it was hilarious to me sometimes. People liked the drive-through so much, even though nobody or there'd be very few people in the inside, they just would want to be like the line for the drive-through would get really, really deep. Um, and it would be like when that would happen, you'd have to lend assistance, or we have like 2 tellers there. Um, it was relaxing though, kind of like you were just
So
doing.
yeah, it's with like multiple lanes. So there's still like one person for like multiple lanes, or was there one employee per lane?
No, you would manage all of the different transactions. So usually there was just one person. On a really really busy day, you might have two, but usually it was just one person, and um, you just don't do all of the transactions at the same time. So let's say 3 cars pull in at the same time. You do the first person, you send them their money or whatever. You do the second person, hey, how can I help you today? Somebody will just be like, I'm just want to check my balance. You're like, okay, you have, $250,000 in your bank. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Can I get like $100? And then that's like an easy transaction to do. But again, nothing too complicated in the drive-through. If somebody's like, hey, I don't have an account, okay, you got to come inside for that. But there would be other people who would just be like, hey, I need a cashier's check or something like that. That had to be done inside. But really, I believe it was cashing check, deposits, and withdrawals, and there was a limit as well on. Uh, you couldn't get more than like $1,000. Anything more than $1,000, you had to. But before the advent of the ATM, that um, and like digital banking with apps where you could cash check with uh, a phone. This is what people would do. I mean, it was very common. And it was not new technology when I was doing it. It was I think it came about in the 1960s and 70s.
The ATM.
No, that came about then, but the pneumatic system for drive-through of a financial and
Where
and
what
mail rooms as well.
yeah. What kind of complex transactions were you dealing with inside the bank?
Oh, sure. So people who were like they might want to apply for an auto loan or a home mortgage. We had a section that would do that. So generally, I wouldn't do that. But I would get them settled so they could get a loan officer for them and such. Um, usually, like some people would make like they pay off their vehicle, and that was a little complicated because of the interest. You had to do some calculation. Uh, there were but those were opening a new account was always complicated. Um, you needed like two forms of ID, and it just took a long time. And whenever somebody would come in right before the bank would close or the financial institution would be like, "Please don't be opening a new account. Please don't open." And they'd be like, "Yeah, I don't have an account, but I'd like to open one up." And we're always like, "Shoot," because it could take like 30 minutes to do that. Um, what else were there? Okay, money transfers or money orders and things that was a little different. Cashier's check, a little different. Nothing too wild there, but wire transfers that would be pretty complicated. So someone would want to send money internationally, and that's complicated, especially back then because there wasn't like a system that like you could just FaceTime and be like, yeah, I got the money or whatever. And you didn't have like Venmo and Cash App and stuff like that. So that's how that kind of stuff was done. Um, I've got to say, I worked at this financial institute in many of its different locations. I was very careful. I may not have been the fastest, but I was very careful. And at the end of my time there, they I remember talking with the people, the bulk, the people who had all the money, and they went through my my actors, and they were like, okay, so we've checked this about 6 different times, and your net offage over the course of the time that you've been here is plus 100, meaning you made money for the financial institution. That has never happened. Everybody always loses money. They always sometimes bills stick together accidentally. These are things that happen. It's usually not too big of a deal. You might be off by, I think we could be off at the end of the day by 5 cents or something like that. Like you might get, a Canadian coin that might come in an American coin. Just weird stuff happens like that. But they were shocked. They were like, "We've never had any teller who had a net gain. Everybody leaves with like, they were off by you know, $125, but it was always under. They'd always given away too much money. And I was the one person that they had ever had in a financial institution that's been around for like at least since mergers and stuff for now like almost 100 years. Or not that long, but getting around to it. They're like we've never had somebody who actually had a net positive. And I thought that was so cool.
And they require that you're like taking more money from someone, like someone wants them.
Most likely, yeah. And the way that that could have happened, somebody, let's say, went there at Bank A, they were given, they wanted $1,000 to transfer to our financial institution, and Bank A accidentally had two bills that stuck together in the envelope, and then when I accepted it, I didn't take those two bills apart, or perhaps I whatever may have occurred, they came apart later, and that doesn't normally happen with money, but new money it can. That's why with new money you got to be like careful about it and like really like we had like little wax like so that our hands could stay a little sticky, um, and yeah, I mean that's exactly right. Like I took too much money, and again, they were like, it's on the mark exactly $100. So whenever I've talked to big bankers since then, they're like, well, if you ever want to work for our bank, you certainly can. We never have tellers who actually have a net positive offage. It's never they like it's like no one's ever heard of it. Everybody's always up. Everybody always gives away just accidentally. But they checked it. They're like, we yeah. Now again, I wasn't the fastest, but I was accurate. Now we'd always have people who were like when you're it's different today because of everything's digital and how far easier it is to make transactions. But like when I was working there, like online banking was still relatively new, and a lot of people didn't trust it, and this is 20 years ago. And so they would do their banking in person. And I remember we would have people, I would just think it was so funny. They had the names of very famous people. Michael Jackson would come up to the window, Michael Jordan would come up to the window. You know, people with common names, Tina Turner would come up to the window or whatever. People with common names, and there would be a note in the system that would say yes, this person's name is Michael Jackson. They're one of, seven Michael Jacksons that we have at this financial institution. Don't smile. Don't make any comments. They know that their name is Michael Jackson, and then so you just kind of move on with that. And there would just be interesting things that would be written in the notes. So like you may not know it from the other side, but like there are notes that are written about people. Um, about whatever they a transaction that occurred or whatever. And I always thought it was interesting where Michael Jordan was at my window or whatever. And like Barry White, you'd have somebody like the name Barry White, like that's like a famous name. Uh, and some people would be really cool about it, other people not. Um, I recall the major thing we'd run into is just people with like expired IDs. That was a big one. Like, hey, your ID is expired. You gotta get a new ID. And they'd be like, I've been banking here for 20 years. Come on, just do it this one time or whatever. And if somebody else knew them, like we could get like a manager approval. But if you were new, a lot of times you couldn't. And I worked with about all women. There were a couple other guys who worked there, um, but I worked with like all women, and that was an interesting thing too to just learn more about women in the workplace. And um, it was amazing to me how often tellers I used to get asked out by women, like really pretty women would come up to my window. They'd want to come to my window, and I mean I was a younger man then, but they would give me their number in the window, and I wouldn't. I didn't know. Am I allowed to ask for? Or she asked me out. What do you want me to do about it? Like, women would get asked out all the time as a teller. It's like part of the industry that you like there'd be just there's this relationship that people have with their teller that they think like, oh, they're giving me money and like they're happy when they're there and there's all kinds of serotonin and yeah, I just I don't miss it though. From there, no, because that was a good, because that was no, because that was a good looking dude, and yeah, I I did not. Um, it was stressful though, especially for an 18-year-old or 19-year-old or 20-year-old. It was very stressful. Um, and it was from there I would go and get internships and things like that. But yeah, that was my first. Um, well, I worked at a country club before then, but as a very young person. But that was my first like adult job, and it made me. I valued that job perhaps more than I valued some of my other positions because it taught me how banking works. It taught me how transactions work. We had buttons that we could press if anyone was going to rob us. That was always a that was always a thing that could happen. And the banks where I had worked, and if you work in a bank long enough, it's eventually going to get robbed. And I would talk to people who had been robbed before at gunpoint and such. But eventually, banking in a lot of ways, we had like glass that would be put up that basically avoided any kind of robbery situation for the most part. And
there's like some famous bank robbery somewhere in California or LA, 70s or something, and before that, the police were, I don't even know if they carried pistols or something.
yeah,
But
that's the North Hollywood shootout. Yeah, like everybody who like remembers kind of where they were when that occurred, if they're of a certain age. That was in the late '90s. But yeah, that militarized the police department of the United States.
yeah,
Yeah, and
uh,
changed banking as well, where um, it became less friendly and more corporate, and that was a major part of it. I was fortunate; I was never robbed, you know. I but I did. I You never knew what could happen, and some little old lady could come up to you and pull something on you. We had die packs as well. We had a lot of different tools to be able to combat robbery. Um, so basically, you had your drawer, and there was your teller is what it's called, and there's a certain amount of money that you have in it. You're not allowed, or you're not supposed to have too much money in it. If it was a really busy day, you might have something like six, seven, eight, $9,000 in it. But you're never supposed to have that much more because you can always go back to the vault and get more money. So usually, I think you were supposed to have like $4,000 of cash. Now, a lot of people would come up and be like, "I want $10,000 in $20 bills." That's fine. That's an extra step, though. At least in the United States, if you take more than $9,999.99. There's an IRS form that you have to fill out. So there would be people who would say, "I want $9,999." They would, so they didn't have to fill out that tax form. Um, and they would have, there'd be issues where um, we would just randomly have the police show up and we wouldn't know what was going on. And then the bank manager or even the president of our region or whatever might come and examine like a button that might have accidentally been pushed. That could happen. You, it the button was just right underneath the ledge of the desk. You do have to hit it perfectly, but um, sometimes they would just have faulty. Then nothing's perfect. We'd have these die packs, which I always thought was really cool, where if somebody came up and robbed you, you're supposed to do everything that they say, and you give them all the money, and then you put this stack of 20s. It's it 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 looks like a stack of 20s, It has a real 20 on the top and a real 20 on the bottom, or a couple of them. But then inside is a die pack. Then once they pass the doors, there's a trigger on it that will shoot die everywhere and basically destroy all the money that they have. And then it also marks them as the person who stole the money, um, or robbed the bank.
Isn't that like isn't that like main thing with the don't give me die packs
Yeah, but a lot of times
because
they
it's pretty much gone now. Like
I mean, 20 years ago it wasn't as well. No, 25 years ago or so. It was more. The world is different too. Um, and what are they going to do to you? You're behind bullet anything. What is what is how are they going to stop you? And like that was more outdated technology, I would say too. There were trackers that could be put in. Um, we would get like from like the armored truck when we get the money for the bank or the financial institution. It'd be like this big. It's amazing, like $1 million in like a cube, and you'd sign for it, and they like one you would sign for it, and the armored truck driver would sign for it, and then you would take it to the vault. And it was just like anything else, but it's like, and anyone who works in a bank, if you're ever watching this on any of my other streams, you know that you've always been tempted to be like, wow, what would happen if I just walked away with the trade? Um, for those of you who aren't multimillionaires, but you just do what's right, take it to the vault, of course, and then they count it. It's in like a sealed, um, it's like a sealed block, um, depending on how much money they need, and yeah, um, one thing that I learned there that I'd never seen before, which isn't a real big deal, but the time, like we had, uh, so they used a different kind of time that I think might be valuable in the future. I've never, it's not used anywhere else. But hold on, let me look it up. Yo, dog, what's that type of time that works on 100 systems, not on the 60-minute system? It it's decimal time or metric time. It was developed during the French Revolution in 1793 to 1795. The system divides the day into 10 hours into 100 minutes, and each minute into 100 seconds. Now, we didn't do the hour part of it, but we did the minute part of it. So let's say you were going to go to lunch at um, 12:30. Instead of when you punching out, it would say 12:30. It would say 12:50, and then when you punch back in at 1 o'clock, it would say like 1 o'clock. Not well, I guess that one would be different. Okay, so like uh like a quarter after the hour would be 25, which is like 1/4 of 100. Half 30 minutes uh past the hour would be 50. 45 minutes past the hour would be 75. And I thought it was a really interesting way to keep time. That was that I had never really seen anywhere else, and still haven't used that type of system. But I've got to say the software that we used was to me extremely old, but extremely redundant, extremely well built. It was like it was really efficient software. It it would have it wouldn't go down really. They would do updates and stuff, but occasionally we would have like a massive power outage somewhere, and we would still do business, which I always thought was interesting. You would think that like, oh, the bank doesn't have power, they don't have to do business anymore. Now, what we would do, we would only cash checks. You couldn't, uh, and we would take deposits. Those are the two things we would, because we couldn't check someone's balance to see what they had in the bank account, but that only happened a couple times. It was not, and yeah, if you've ever not had
so
that,
back to the bank thing.
yeah.
Why did they have special time and why is it big for
Yeah. So it's a very like it's good to keep systems consistent. So like Canada uses some metric, but also some imperial. The United States generally uses imperial with some metric. There are only three countries, I believe, that use the imperial system fully. Uh, that's the United States, the United Kingdom, and Burma or Vienna. It's just very strange that we do it. Everybody else is on the metric, and uh, it it doesn't matter what the system entails, so long as it keeps a consistent base is important. So the metric system keeps base 10, which is great. The imperial system is complicated and uh, can be inconsistent at times. So the reason why the financial institution kept the uh, base 10 for hours is it makes it a lot easier to um, calculate people's how many hours someone worked um, because you're not calculating on a system of 60, it's out of 100. So like if you're like how do I recall? It would be like let's say you work 8 hours plus a little bit. You work 8 hours and 15 minutes. Well, under the imperial system, then you have to figure out 15 into 60.2. That's 0.25, and then whatever their hourly rate. When the the decimal time already did that for you. You knew that it was 0.25 extra, and then it's just 0.25 whatever the person would get paid. So it removed one step, and I think that's why they did it.
This stuff to convert the decimal 10 or 100 minutes into the 60-minute hours.
No, the time no the time clock already did that.
What?
The time clock already did that.
Yeah, with the calculations all of a sudden 100 minute hours, one 100-minute hour is the same day.
No, that's not. Uh, it's not 100 minutes. It's 1/100th of an hour. If I'm not explaining this clearly, let me
What is 1/100th of an hour?
uh, like 0.6 minutes.
No, but what? Like what?
Uh, I mean, it's just usually, I believe, considered a decimal minute, but I'll look it up.
My bad. I thought it was going by 100-minute
No,
hours.
no,
So
it doesn't. Let me get the like a better summarization. Why would a bank or financial institution use decimal time for people's pay stub or their pay rate? What's the advantage of it? And also, what do you call a decimal minute or whatever? Like, what is that? All right, here we go. A decimal time is used on pay stubs and in payroll systems primarily to simplify calculations and ensure accuracy. Because there are 60 minutes in an hour, but payroll systems operate on a base 10 decimal system, converting minutes into a fraction of an hour, decimal hours, okay, so they're called decimal hours, uh, makes it possible to directly multiply the time worked by the hourly pay rate. What is a decimal minute called? A decimal minute is typically referred to as a decimal hour or decimal time. In payroll, it represents a fraction of an hour. usually rounded to the nearest hundredth. For instance, 15 minutes is 0.25 hours, not 0.15. Advantages of using decimal point. Simplified math. It is much easier to multiply an hourly rate by a decimal than by a traditional time format. For example, 8 hours and 30 minutes, 8.5 hours, times 20 hours is a simple 8.5 times 20, which equals 170. Increased accuracy. Using decimals reduces rounding errors and that can occur when manually converting minutes, which can add up to significant overpayment or underpayment over a full pay period. Seamless payroll processing. Payroll software, Excel, and contracting systems like QuickBooks are designed to calculate numbers in decimal format, making it easier to calculate overtime billable hours and tax deductions. Reduced human error. Converting minutes to decimals, for instance, 30 minutes equals zero point 0.5, eliminates the mistake of treating 7 hours and 45 minutes as 7.45, which would actually be underpayment. So later on in my career, I worked as a controller of an organization, which is the head accountant, and I would oversee payroll. And that, believe it or not, when you're running payroll all the time, can like that simple mistake can occur. I never occurred while I was running payroll, but I could definitely see how that's advantageous to use decimal numbers, and that's why they did it.
I thought that's basically like what you're doing anyways. Like if a regular shift is 8 hours and I work 8 hours and 30 minutes, okay, that could convert that 30 minutes into 0.5 of their hourly pay.
It it avoids that though. Many many times people aren't working like these round numbers. They'll punch out, let's say, after working 8 hours and 3 minutes. So now you have to do a calculation. How much is 3 minutes of what they're making? As opposed to with decimal time, if they're working on your decimal clock 8.03 hours, it's really simple. You just have to multiply their hourly rate by zero point 0.03, and then that's the extra that they're going to get paid.
Yeah, I get it.
Anyway, the metric system, I feel, um, so while we were watching this documentary, I was, uh, I'm going to submit some articles to scholarly journals about my project and its effect on the data and such. And it's pretty, I want to say it's pretty easy to do, but it's a lot easier to do with AI now than it's ever been. It's just hard to get that many words on. Like for these systems, usually if you don't have the robust version, the premium version, or whatever, they'll limit the word counts. But um, I say this because I think that I'll have like a big effect on society. I may be wrong, but if I am correct, one of the things that for which I want to advocate is the entire world getting on the metric system. This this initially was attempted, at least in the United States, in the early 1980s and was basically nationwide rejected. And I think that there's a saying: the only place where the metric system has thrived is in the drug world, because that's where you get into kilos. But at least the United States, I think I could make an argument to say a valid argument, because a lot of times Americans are going to say we don't want to change if we're the only ones having to change. But I have a valid argument why the whole world will have to change, even the metric system. Roger, do you use the metric system? Okay. Um, is it like do you measure distances by kilometers?
The only time I use material for distances is so I
Yards.
use carbon calculated as
Okay, excellent.
and
So
I use meters as well.
okay, excellent. But the metric system is actually off. So when it was developed during the French Revolution between 1793 and 1798, 95, the measurement of a kilometer was slightly incorrect, and it's still incorrect to this day. Let me explain. What a meter was supposed to be is 1,000 kilometers, which is great. And 1,000 kilometers was uh, supposed to be. Let me see if I can. Uh,
You mean a kilometer is a thousand?
Kilometer is 1,000 meters.
You said a meter is a thousand.
Apologies, I misspoke. Thank you for the clarification. Um, okay, so 40,000 kilometers was supposed to be the distance between the North Pole and the equator, but they actually got this incorrect. It's actually 40,000 and 44. Let me get this correct. Let me get this correct. Yo, dog, isn't there some issue with the kilometer, or actually actually the meter has to change to be accurate to the Earth. The Earth originally, when the metric system was being developed, the scientists got that measurement wrong. That the distance between the North Pole and the equator was supposed to be 40,000 kilometers, but it's actually a little longer than that. What's the deal with that? You're spot on. The original measurement was definitely off. The French scientists who dreamed up the metric system in the 1790s intended the meter to be exactly 1/10 millionth of the distance from the North Pole to the equator. Based on that math, the distance from the pole to the equator should be exactly 10,000 kilometers, making the Earth's total polar circumference exactly 40,000 kilometers. However, the scientists Pierre Martin and Jean-Baptiste Delambre made some errors during their 7 year study. The nature of the error. The calculation flaw. The surveyors didn't fully account for the Earth's oblate spheroid shape, meaning the Earth is slightly flattened at the poles and bulges at the equator. The secret mistake. One of the astronomers, Pierre Martin, actually discovered an inconsistency in its data, but reportedly concealed it out of fear it would undermine the new system. The discrepancy. Because of these errors, the standard meter bar they created was about zero point 0.2 millimeters too short. This tiny error adds up over the scale of the planet. The actual distance from the pole to the equator is about 10,002 kilometers. Why we didn't fix it? Even after the error was discovered, the world didn't change the length of the meter. It had adjust If we had adjusted it to be accurate to the Earth's size, every existing ruler, machine tool, and land record would have become obsolete. Indeed, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures (BIPM) decided to keep the length of the physical bar as the standard. To ensure it never changes again, the meter is now defined by a universal constant, the speed of light. 1 meter is officially the distance light travels in a vacuum in exactly 1,2,999,792,458 seconds. Key differences in the Earth measurement. Key differences in Earth measurement. Pole to equator is supposed to be 10,000 kilometers. It's actually about 10,002 kilometers. Pole circumference is supposed to be 40,000 kilometers. It's actually 40,008 kilometers. And the equatorial circumference is didn't have an original, but is modern scientific reality is it's about 40,075. Okay, so with that being said, um, this has a huge effect, not so much for Earth, but when you travel really far distances, I'm a futurist and into all of that. That this the the measurement of a kilometer has to be exact. And I know that we do it with the speed of light now, but even still, we want to make sure that we double check that figure because we could have been off like with the previous meter. And here on Earth, um, there's no reason to say that we shouldn't use the correct meter for anything created after whenever people find out about this or it becomes common logic. Why use the old system that's technically wrong? So Americans will be inspired by that because they'll be like, okay, so everybody's wrong. Yeah. So let's all move to a new system. And this new system will be whatever you want to consider it. What the current international version is, which is used primarily still today. And then the way that I would get Americans to get on board with the metric system, which hadn't really been discussed that much, and it's the big issue, is the roadway system. Instead of saying it's 100 miles to Vancouver, it will say it is 100 miles to Vancouver or 160 kilometers. Right below it. It just needs to be on sticker for a generation of people so that older people see that it's 100 miles away, younger people see that it's 160 kilometers away, and then eventually the old people will die off or learn the new system, and then everybody will get in line within a generation. And then also, especially in major cities, to have a celebration of the kilometer where you have like I've always imagined it to be on one of our beaches in Southern California where people could go and see the difference between a meter, pardon me, a mile and a kilometer in real time and walk it and recognize that, okay, this is the system that we're going to be adopting. Um, these types of movements have happened in the past. The recycling movement at one time was rejected by people in the Western world, and it has now been embraced. And it's just about education. So, and then perhaps someday we may actually move toward a decimal time system. I'm not saying that I would advocate doing it all at the same time, no pun intended, but eventually I'd like to see decimal time being used globally. It's a simpler system, and um, things would have to change. But I have a lot of big plans. I want to eradicate the time zone system. I want to eradicate um, uh, daylight savings time. Like there are some aspects of the world that I'd like to change.
They're no longer doing the daylight savings thing.
Excellent.
Apparently, Saskatchewan or like Manitoba or some very remote, very provinces, they never did it to begin with, despite the whole daylight savings thing being against the farmers.
Yeah,
One thing I
I've
do
never
want to
believed that.
ask about really getting an idea of the daylight savings do you think that this will become extinct
They'll be
eventually?
they'll becoming they'll become extremely prized possessions, and then it will be illegal to own them unless you have some type of license or like a library or something. Even libraries will be removed. Have you ever heard of the book Fahrenheit 451? That's the
I don't know
temperature.
what's about.
That's the temperature at which paper burns, and it's about that eradication of that
The eradication of what?
to some extent. Just let me find out myself. Yo, what's the deal with Fahrenheit 451? Isn't that the temperature at which paper burns? And like, what's that book about? Give me a summary, please. The short answer is the short answer is yes. Yeah, and that's another one. Um, the Celsius Fahrenheit issue. Yeah, I'd like to see the United States in Celsius. The short answer is yes. That is exactly where the title comes from. Ray Bradbury was told by his fire chief that 451 is the auto-ignition temperature of paper, meaning it's the point where paper spontaneously catches fire without actual flame touching it. Scientifically, it's a bit of a range, usually between 424 degrees Fahrenheit and 475 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on the paper type. But 451 has become the iconic number associated with the book. Some real Fahrenheit 451. The book is a dystopian novel set in the future, American society where books are outlawed and firemen are hired to start fires rather than put them out. The protagonist, the story follows Guy Montague, a fireman who initially loves his job of burning books in the houses that hide them. The awakening Montague's worldview is shaken after he meets an eccentric teenage neighbor named Clarice, who asks him if he's actually happy. This combined with seeing a woman to be burned alive. This combined with seeing a woman choose to be burned alive with her book rather than give them up makes him realize that society has traded deep thought for shallow, mindless entertainment. The conflict. Montague begins stealing and hiding books, eventually seeking help from an old professor named Faber. He is hunted by a terrifying eight-legged mechanical hound and his boss, Captain Beatty, who actually knows a lot about literature but uses the knowledge to justify why it should be destroyed. The ending, after being forced to burn his own house, Montague kills Betty and escapes the city. He joins a group of book people, exiles who have each memorized a specific book to keep its contents alive for a future generation. White Matters. Bradbury wasn't just writing about government censorship, he was warning about a world where people choose to stop reading because they are distracted by giant TV walls, which he called parlor walls, and tiny earbuds, which he called seashells. So, uh, not specifically because of this, but for other reasons, it caused me years ago to start preserving books. So I would go and buy. People would give them away too, but uh, so I have like the Encyclopedia Britannica, I have the Encyclopedia Americana, I have this Encyclopedia Judaica, which normally I wouldn't want like physical copies of, but I knew that there was evidence of historical revision, and I felt the first thing people would go after are encyclopedias. So I've actually in my small collection have huge amounts of books,
Interesting. I mean, what other ones?
generally religious books. So just from rabbis that I know. So stories are like The Voice in the Vineyard, that's one called Chakra Ari, basically the Guide to the Perplexed of Maimonides, um, the Shari Torah, the Mishnah Torah, which are like explanations of the Torah. Well, I have Talmud as well, which is 2,711 folios. I have something called the Centino Torah Talmud, which is very big. Um, so when it's played out, it's bigger than my hand. And what else do I have? Um, just like I have a lot of law books as well. So law registers, Westlaw, cataloging, and for someone who really embraces the digital world as I have a very large book collection.
Do you think that like I've probably read not reading material on the internet. So how rapidly do you think the have been declined? Do you think that people are going to be writing a lot less books in the future? And do you think that just screens will just take over? And also, do you think that reading non like content on the internet typically is like much shorter than actual books? And do you think that there's like a significant like difference between consuming more short form literature versus a long form literature with actual 400-page plus?
Okay, I heard you. Can you repeat that? No.
Yeah, so one was define how the future of books will look like, if any. And then the last part is how significant a difference is it from like a human development perspective, or like how reading like articles or more informed literature versus long literature being like actual book. Because most of the material on the internet you read is going to be much shorter and less for one book.
Okay. Um, let's do this one question at a time. I hear what you're saying. Uh, so the first question I might need more assistance because I was trying to pick up the second part more. Okay. So are you asking? Do you think we perceive more information from physical books than ebook?
No, it's not really the same. The second question was most of the material are like articles that are much shorter than an actual novel, like hundreds of pages.
Right.
And what difference do you think reading that more short form has on your brain
Oh, I
development
understand.
versus
It kills
reading longer than that?
it kills your attention. So people make demands that things be shorter, more catchy. Um, it destroys a lot of creativity. Uh, I wrote a journalistic paper this weekend. Um, that no, it's like 8,000 pages, and what I was doing, it's excellent. I published it. You can look at it. RabbiRothschild.medium.com. It's excellent, and I've submitted it to journals. It's so solid. But anyway, one of the things that I cite within this paper is the rise of digital data. There's like I cited in 2002, um, digital data overtook analog data in terms of what humanity is storing. And by 2012, that number had increased to 94%. And now, today in 2026, while I didn't have a paper to cite because the year generally is only a quarter of the way over, we're at 99%, um, and so like more than that. And of that data, um, much of it is not all of it, but much of it is in much smaller snippets. And like what you're talking about, people don't have the attention span to read an academic journal. They don't. I know I'm creating one right now. I'm looking to submit as we were talking. It's called Big Data Journal, the Journal of Big Data, which is like the scientific um, publication, and it's amazing to me how different the academic world works as opposed to just like submitting something to a um, newspaper or like in a press release or something that they want it to be robust and all of the entries that you have to have for your citations and sources and such. It's amazing to me that that world still is working on the long form content when like if you want to submit something to a newspaper, it has to be like 500 words max. Like that's a long article. Pardon me. Usually things are just snippets. A lot of times you're just going to read something that is just a headline. They and this has been motivated by uh, advertisers, but also these publishing organizations like a newspaper or a, a general newspaper, but magazines as well, where they don't have as much space. The the longer amount of an article there is, the less advertising space that they're gonna have. So they want to sell as much advertising space on the page as possible. So keep it short, keep it simple, keep it easily digestible. You don't have to tell everybody everything that you need that they're going to need to know to be successful in life. Just get to the point. And that system, uh, I would say, has majorly affected the length of things. Like when before, you would have the freedom to be able to publish a novel or a book or whatever, and it could be as long as you want it to be, and so long as it was well written and edited well and had a story that you could sell to a publisher, you would get it sold. Today, many times the publisher's going to say, "We're not going to publish this because it's just too long. People don't have the attention span for it." So, to get back to your second question, the um, the move to the digital world has, in my opinion, destroyed a lot of um, attention spans. I know, um, and I've had discussions with rabbinical colleagues on this, that uh, I have had to memorize. Um, I, one time I was at a Shabbat with some rabbinical colleagues, and I was explaining to them one of the things that I had to do to become a Freemason. There were like two routes that you could go. There was the older traditional route where you memorize a lot of text, and very few people do that anymore. It's really kind of unheard of. And then there's the more modern route where you still have to memorize a lot of text, but it's not nearly as much. I'm talking about the difference being like dozens of pages of text word for word versus like maybe one or two pages. And very few people have the attention span to do um, the the long version. But I chose to do the long version. It took me like 6 months to memorize. Like I want to say it was like 18 minutes of this of speaking straight, and I was absolutely shocked. And I remember saying to these rabbinical colleagues, like, we learn in our history, especially within Judaism, that oral law was conveyed from mouth to ear, mouth to ear. Not everything was written, and in fact, most of it for our time was not written. A lot of it was oral. You would learn from your local Rebbe. But especially within Judaism, we couldn't continue to do this after the fall of our temple and um, it, essentially to the process of becoming a rabbi and spicha was made illegal during the Roman era about the the second century into the third century of the Common Era. So we had to write this stuff down, which basically became the compendium of the Talmud. The Talmud itself, the 2,711 folios, was a, initially was something that you would memorize and then pass down. While no one memorizes it today, it makes me recognize that even people of the past had much longer attention span. And in the discussions that I've had with people, both Jews and non-Jews, um, the idea is that we are capable of memorization of huge amounts if we don't have anything else to do. If we don't have to uh, take children to t-ball or soccer practice or do your standard 9 to 5 job, when you have nothing else to do, humans can memorize an amazing amount of information. And I know I've been able to impress myself by when I really focus on something, I can memorize an incredible amount of material exactly correctly, like 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 exactly no error. And
word for word as well.
it is, it absolutely is. And I know the way that I was able to do it. I've always struggled with memorization, but the way that I found it was like the best way that I think you can do it is I would type the um, word to myself, and like the action of me actually seeing the word and using my brain to type was extremely um, beneficial and allowed me to memorize.
Is your handwriting?
We're not allowed. At least the thing I was memorizing, we're not allowed to hand.
Even if it's just for yourself.
Yeah, there's a specific punishment in there that if you hand it. Yeah, but this was graphic. Well, so here's the thing. here's the thing. This uh, we'll just say this document or series. It's really a book. Was written before the invention of the typewriter and the word processor and certainly the modern computer. So it's not written in there, and it's I was able to
Down the loophole.
that's what I'm gonna do. So one other thing though, and this you had a first question, but this is an important thing I feel like I haven't contributed that I feel is important. There's a faster way to read, which isn't currently utilized, but um, it is. I think people will learn about it. Let me get the exact name of it. Uh, so, what's the faster way to read where your eyes don't have to move and the letters are they just show up and you can actually change the speed? What is that type of reading called? Like I would hear people talk about speed reading and things like that, but that's where you're like moving your hand. You don't. So this is called rapid serial visual presentation (RSVP). Instead of your eyes moving across the page, those little jumps are called saccades. The words are anchored in a single focal point and flash one after another. This eliminates the time your brain spends moving your eyes and finding the next line. How RSVP works. The focal point. Most RSVP apps use a reticule or a specific colored letter in the middle of each word to tell your eye exactly where to look so you can process the word instantly. Variable speed. You can adjust the speed from a slow 200 words per minute to over 1,000 words per minute. The goal is this designed to stop subvocalization, that little voice in your head that says the words out loud, which is usually what limits your reading speed. So I've done this before. It's amazing. If you need to read very long, um, I would say if you have to read something that's very long, use a text to speech app. I use text to speech especially because I have vision issues. But if you don't have the ability to use text to speech, this RSVP reading is incredibly beneficial. You can read like 3 or 4 times faster. Sometimes I would say maybe 4 to 5 times faster using these types of systems than you can just under normal conditions. So if you've never looked up or utilized RSVP learning. That's great. Another really great way is to utilize RSVP while simultaneously listening. So there are some apps that will show you the rapid movement of the words, but also say them at the same speed, and that's an incredibly um, beneficial way to learn. So I'm a huge advocate of
It's faster than just like listening to an audiobook at like 150.
it is the same speed because the speed is going to be however quick that you want to do it. However, um, it's much more beneficial to see the words and know how they're spelled and what how they're being used. When you only have the audible version of being able to of communication, small issues arise where um, like homonyms kind of like you can have issues with like homonyms, words that sound the same. Well, I guess that sound the same but means differently. Like um, just one moment, let me see the actual wording of the original. When if you only hear like through text to speech but you don't actually see the text, what issues can occur? There may be like homonym issues or certain issues like that where you will think the word is spelled a certain way but it won't be, or confuse multiple words. Uh, let's see here. So when you rely entirely on text to speech without seeing the words, the biggest hurdle is definitely homophones. Words that sound exactly the same but have different meanings and spellings. Since your brain isn't seeing the visual anchor of the letters, several issues can pop up. The homonym trap. This is exactly what you're talking about. If the TTS says there, or there, they sound identical. Other common trip ups include compliment versus compliment. One completes something, the other is a nice remark. Stationary versus stationary. One means standing still, the other is paper you write on. Discrete versus discrete. One means separate, the other means secretive. Heter- Heteronomes, the reverse problem. These are words that are spelled the same but pronounced differently depending on the context. The TTS engine usually gets these right based on grammar, but if it glitches, it can totally change the meaning. Lead and lead. Uh, is it the metal lead or the act of uh, guiding? Lead. Read. Is it in the present tense read or past tense read? Wind. Is it the blowing air wind or the turn a clock? One. Mental spelling drift. If you only hear a word, your brain might create a phonetic spelling for it that isn't real. Over time, you might start thinking a word like epitome is spelled a-pit-o-me because that's how it sounds, rather than recognizing the actual Greek root spelling. Lack of pronunciation cues. In text, a comma or a period tells your brain when to pause and process. TTS voices are getting better, but they often lack the natural prosody, the rhythm and melody of speech. This can lead to garden path sentences where you get halfway through and realize you misunderstood the beginning because the voice didn't pause in the right spot. Proper nouns and names. Unless the TTS is super advanced, it might mangle the pronunciation of unique names or technical terms. If you hear a name like Sean, S-E-A-N, but the voice is low quality, you might visualize it as Sean or even seen if you're trying to guess the spelling. So, yeah, I mean, those are the issues that arise. So, when you actually see the word with this RSVP type of app or system, you avoid all of those issues.
I mean, I don't know. I've listened to many like parent teacher lectures and like and just like a lot of podcasts and I don't know, I feel like when you're listening to those things they have like this context of like the sentence that gives you hints as to which one is the correct meaning of the same sounding word there is. You know?
I do, but I'm sure you run into issues where you just mishear what the speaker said.
Well, you can always replay it if you can
No,
hear clearly.
I recognize that, but you still replay it and you still don't know what they said.
Like, is that audio file?
It could be.
I mean, our conversation right now is it's pretty much like text to speech based. It's like an audio communication over the internet, and we're able to understand each other pretty decently most of the time.
Exactly. Most of the time, you know, text to speech works most of the time. But you're saying you asked the question: is text to speech basically sufficient without ever needing to see the writing as well? And I'm saying there are times where the writing is beneficial and certainly can help you to um, well, it can certainly help you. I would say that seeing the word to me helps me later on to be able to find the word. I many times struggle with, oh, what was that? What was that? Or whatever it was. I mean, we all do. This is not anything unique to me, but I know if I see the word often, it helps me. I can visualize how it looks in my mind as opposed to thinking about how I feel.
Interesting. I feel like I digest audio pretty well, but I do I can understand you with reading and seeing the spelling of letters and also be good. But I honestly I probably like if it was the actual author or like a good narrator reading something to me, or if it was myself reading something, I probably digest it better through audio versus myself reading it. Even with this RSVP thing, even I haven't tried it, but interesting.
Well, I'm not saying
And maybe I think different brains probably work differently and have the strength on which one is better.
I'm not saying that it's probably easier to digest things through audio. I think probably video and audio combination is probably more beneficial than just audio. What I'm saying is that in in conjunction with each other, you can enhance just audio. So if you can see the word simultaneously, and if you can see them using RSVP, you can read them. But even just reading along with having hearing it helps as well.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that for sure. If it was just isolated though, text versus audio, depending on who you are, it's like you know, digest easier.
I agree, depending on who you are, and it's a speed thing too. We don't take time to sit and read long documents anymore like we once did, and just the world has become faster, and so listening is something that's a great benefit to us from just an efficiency standpoint.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I appreciate the discussion, although I gotta go to
Okay,
bed.
I know you
I was
do.
gonna ask you
Hold
about
on.
the phone
What?
bank, what access you had to the bank, so but I like to continue with reading and discussion later
Absolutely.
on.
You had a previous question that was earlier about. I don't know if you remember that. We can talk about it later. Like it was the first question before the question about screens and um, ability to read.
Yeah, just some like the general like how you see the general decline of the book industry as a whole, I guess.
Um, okay, well we can just set it on the list.
Sounds good, amigo.
Excellent. Shout
And
out to Mama Riser. Happy birthday to you, Madam, if you're there. And take care, Riser.
okay,
What is that? That open noodles? They make those? They're really popular wherever I am.
Oh,